Greetings and salutations. My name is Tish, and welcome to the Artist Haven. In this live stream today, we are going to be starting our 30 journals in 30 days adventure. So, buckle up, it's going to be a bumpy ride. But fun, lots of fun, like a roller coaster, like one of those old roller coasters where your car shakes a little bit when you hit the rivets in the rail or the joints in the rail, and it's shaking and anticipation is building, and then you go up the first hill and then wee down the next one, and then you go up the next hill. Yeah, that's kind of how this is going to be. It's going to be like an old fun roller coaster. So our first style for today, or this adventure. There's too much blood in my caffeine system, y'all. I'm just struggling for words this morning. I don't know what it is. We're gonna go kind of a boho eclectic, just because I don't have signatures ready for these, and I have a whole bunch of different styles of paper, and eclectic and boho to me is color and um, picking things that you love no matter what um, era they're from. So we can have something from the 80s all the way down to the 1940s, 1890s, and it's just this eclectic vibe that just seems to work. And that's kind of my style when I am in my studio. I have bright colors, I have vintage things, I have antique things, because I love it all. And that's kind of the style of my studio. Now, my personal style, I'm more of a gothic grunge girl. I'm drawn to that. So, but I like shabby chic too. I think it can be pretty. So we're going to experiment with all the different things. So this is going to be, I've earmarked this live to go till noon. So that's about 2.5 hours. So let's see what happens. Hopefully we can be in that time frame. I did want to use, so we're going to be doing a flip-flop journal. And if you're not familiar with a flip-flop journal, then I have a video for that on my channel. I gotta see if I even have a notebook ready for this size. If not, we have to build one quick. Oh, we do. We can cut that one down a little bit. And see, that's kind of got the boho vibe. It's got kind of bright colors and kind of vintagey looking stuff. So yeah, I think this one will do nicely. And we're gonna put, yep, we'll be good. So we need to figure out our base and our signatures. For the flip-flop journals, so they're the ones that have the pages that interlink and flip in and flip out. And then I have a flippy notebook on the back side. And then we need some kind of closure to keep it all together. So we got the two main elements that I already have bundled up. I need to pick a fabric because I always sew around these so the fabric is secure. So what color do you think we should do these? I'm thinking we can, I'm thinking maybe a silver or a gold or something on those lines. Let me see what I can find. My sewing machine is set up over there though, so I'm going to be gone for a minute. So I'm going to turn some music on. Maybe. Playlists, chill vibes, shuffle. All right. I'm gonna go over the sewing machine. Excuse my sniffles. This is always the challenge, is threading the sewing machine. Oh, I can turn it. I always forget to turn on my light too, and I have a special light just over here for this. And I am working on getting a camera set up. Elgato just came out with a new camera, and I'm waiting to see more reviews on it, because not all cameras are made for top-down production. Like the Ozbot, they say it works good, but I've heard more complaints about it not working correctly and wanting to autofocus, and you have to go in and change the autofocus. Well, the new Elgato cam, excuse my sniffles, I apologize. The new Elgato cam doesn't have autofocus, and that's epic. So I can use that for top down and then change my Razer webcam that I have, change that to the Keo Pro that I have. And that, my friends, would be epic. But that camera's $200, and I just don't have that in the coffers right now. I did I gotta get the new classes scheduled today, so I have those all picked out and ready to go. I got the digital all ready, so I'm excited. All right, we want zigzag. And length. Width. Let's do 4 and 4. All right, off we go. Uh-oh, what happened there? Okay, let's try this again. My sewing machine isn't cooperating. Oh, I know why. Because the stitch tightness is too tight. There we go. This is the joy of using a sewing machine. All right, well, let's roll back over here. Hello. I need a pin. Oh wait, I got a seam ripper. What am I doing? Maybe I can get to it. I've been reorganizing things and cleaning up, and I have this notion in my head that I can actually have, you know, a space here that actually functions the way I want it to. Okay, I don't have my seam ripper, but I do have this little pinchers of peril here. Hold on, this thing keeps getting knocked over. I apologize for the banging and everything, but I need to put my legs underneath my desk. All right, we're gonna take these pinchers of peril here, and we're gonna rip out these seams real quick. So this should just pull. Maybe, yeah. See, my stitches were too tight, so I must have bumped that when I was over there cleaning or something, because I wiped down my sewing machine after I did all those splatters and stuff. If you weren't here for the live the other night, was it yesterday morning? I don't remember. All I know is a day that ends in Y. But I was splattering stuff, and I covered my desk, but it went way beyond my desk. My monitor, my little portable monitor that I use so I can see chat and get the live stream started without having to be at my computer. Yeah, that decided that it was going to be covered in gold splatter now. So yeah, it's a thing. Okay, so there. I am an old pro at ripping out seams, just letting you know that, because I am not a very good seamstress. I try. I legitimately try. All right. Excuse my sipping. I needed caffeine, and I didn't have time to make coffee, so I grabbed a Dr. Pepper. Okay, let's see. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, well, let's do it this way. It was not my stitch. For some reason, this thing decided to get tangled in that guy. So let's try this guy. That was quick. That was a quick tangle. I mean, literally 20 stitches into it, I started noticing it was being weird. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try this again. I'm going to set that back up where it belongs. I'm grateful I got this sewing machine for a Christmas/birthday present, which I normally am not happy about Christmas/birthday presents, because usually it's like a $20 gift card to somewhere. And I'm grateful, don't get me wrong, but the people that are born in the regular year get to have their own birthday. They don't have to share it with another holiday. I mean, I don't think I've ever given my son, who is sometimes his birthday falls around Easter. I don't think I've ever given him a birthday Easter present. I don't think anybody, I don't know. Does that exist? Is that just a Christmas thing? People get so wrapped up in the holiday season that they just forget. Okay, I gotta try and line this up so you can't see this first set of holes as much. This is the challenge, but I'm up for a challenge. I'm always up for a challenge. All right. Let's see. Close enough. Let's give her a whirl. Okay. Let's watch the thread. And we're off. Oops. Nope. We gotta put the foot down. There we go. Now we're off. And turn. I gotta move my pedal out a little bit. There we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco. And we are done. Lift up the presser foot, snip. All right, now we can start building. Okay, now this is how I do the strings for the inside. I pull the gold to the back side. I make sure both my black threads are here. So you just pull on this black thread and it usually pulls up the gold thread, and then you just use your tweezers. And then I'm gonna take a little bit of glue stick. And glue these down. And that way you don't have loose threads everywhere, and you don't have to try and tie a knot, because this will hold. I have yet to have one come apart. So I need to grab my brown tape, and I try and stay on the cardboard as much as possible. There we go. And then we're gonna do, we have the brown tape? Yes, we do. Okay, this is boxing tape. This stuff is like $12 a roll. Used to be like $8, but I think it went up because of all the tariffs and stuff. But it's worth every penny. It's probably the most durable paper tape I've ever used in my life. But this is used to seal up boxes, when like shipping boxes. And I save the little scraps. I just stick them on my light, and I save them for when I need them. And then we're going to snip the rest of this. Okay. There we go. Put the scissors right there. There we go. So we have, you can kind of see where that was, but you know what? We can put a piece of ribbon over that, or if it really bothers you, it doesn't really bother me. It blends in, but There's the back side of our flip-flop journal. Now we need to find a piece of cardstock to use as our base for the journal. And I have cardstock, or some kind of heavy something. It doesn't. You can use what's it called? Cereal box. You can use. I'm looking for right now the because I have some of these. I'll show you in a second here. Maybe I stick them away already. Yeah, I stuck them away already. Let me grab them. They are oh, come on. On those. Are these what I was looking for? No. I am more organized than I sound. Really, I am. Let's just grab the whole bin because it's up on a top shelf. I'm straining my arm to try and get it. Well, that just fell. That's okay. Hang that right there. Okay. I knew I was going to be doing this today, so I left a bunch of stuff out on the floor, and now I'm like having to reach over it to get to other things. So I have all these covers, and I have these. These are photo pages for a photo album. These are report covers. These are report covers, but they seem really, those ones seem really flimsy. I'm thinking I'm going to use, let's see what these ones are. These are twin pocket portfolios. So, with fasteners, ooh, fancy. Yes, these are really flimsy too. They're not like I remember them to be. And these are plastic. Don't want those. You know what? This is what I'm expecting it to be. This hard, thick. Let's use this. So, unless these ones, because I didn't want to use that color. I wanted to use a color. These ones might be what I'm looking for. Heavy duty report covers, I think. And this is a nice blue. So let's pick these out. Part of the reason why I didn't pick out a lot of things is I wanted y'all to be able to see my process. Or, like the rest of the world says, process. Oh yeah, see, this is nice and heavy. This is what we want. These are a little glossy though. That's interesting. I've never seen them glossy like that. But I love the blue. So that's what we're gonna do. Let me put this back later because that I have to reach up over my head. I need my other cutter, not this cutter. Give me a moment. Okay. Stuff's falling over because plastic doesn't stack well. So we're gonna do, I'm just gonna cut 6 1/4. Yeah, or 5 1/4. Excuse me, 5 1/4. Okay, so this has the embossed side with the thing, and you know, I could probably make my life easier and take this apart, but I'm not going to bother with the time. Okay, we need this for later. Let's move this over here. Put our handle on. First, we're going to cut this little rounded corners off, because I don't think my corner rounder does that big of a rounded corner. In fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. So we're going to cut a strip off that'll allow me to still be able to use this for something. Because this is, like I said, this is almost like anything plastic coated. I don't think it's plastic though. No, it's paper, because plastic wouldn't fray with my fingernail. And then we're going to do 5 1/4. And my alarm is going off. Give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that. I set an alarm so I remember to take my vitamins. Because, you know, you get busy with stuff and off you go. So that should be good for that. Oh, that's perfect. And then let's make a mark where we want it to be for the top and the bottom. Now, the reason why we make the base first is because this is what we're going to base our signatures on for the height and the width. So we're going to cut right there. Can you see that? Yes. Probably would have been nicer if I would have used a Sharpie, but Sharpies aren't erasable on paper. Okay, so right there. You know what? We are going to have to use a Sharpie because the guillotine part of this. So there we go. The guillotine part of it causes a shadow, and I can't see my mark. It's like, dude, how am I supposed to see that? Actually, we could probably, there we go. This is why I like the Fiskars one just a smidge better, because it's easier to see your line. That went wonky. There we go. Straighten that out. So we've got this extra cool piece. We're going to put it in our little bin over here that all the cool pieces go to. And you'll see that bin at some point. Okay. Oh, why did I put the handle away? I'm gonna need that hand. I'm gonna need this again. I'm getting ahead of myself because usually I put it on my back on my shelf. Do we want around the corners? I think that would be a good idea. So let's get the corner rounder out and we'll pick out the large and hopefully it cuts it because this thing has, I'm gonna tell you what, this corner rounder was $12. I've never spent that much money on a corner rounder before. Usually they're $4 to $7. But I've been through 3 of them. I still have one. It works when it wants to. Kind of like my ex-husband. But yeah, but this thing, I mean, it's just amazing. I love it. I won't gatekeep. I will tell you the brand here in a second. I think that's going to be perfect. Yay! And then we're going to cut this down, and this will be, we're going to cut it down just a smidge. And then, actually it'll be more than a smidge. Probably, yeah, have a side pocket here. So let's get this ready too. Is this cutter? Yeah, it's still on the, so I want it right about there. Let's line it up so it stays straight. Oopa. Let's see where that's at. Do we need to cut off a smidge more? Yeah, just a smidge. Just a smidge. That looks pretty good. All right, cool. So we're around the corners on this guy too. I think I used the large. We'll try with the medium first. See where it lands us. Oh. There we go. Yeah, we did medium on this. This might be a little bit of a challenge because it's thicker than normal. Let's shift this way. See if we can manhandle it in there. There we go. There. That looks good. Now we just need signatures, and we're gonna keep an idea of what we want for a closure. I'm thinking sari silk, or something on those lines. I got this green at a thrift store. Either I got this at a thrift store or my friend Stephanie from the Painted Raven gave it to me. I can't remember which, but I'm thinking this for a closure because I like it. It's pretty. It's green. And because she's my friend, I was able to garner a discount for y'all. Because I go there and shop there in person, but she's also online and has everything that's in her store is in her online shop. She's got Tim Holtz stuff, she's got fabric, she's got every kind of notion you could ever want. And even if she doesn't, you can email her and say, hey, can you get this? And she'll be like, yep. And she'll order it and ship it out to you and she'll take care of you. But there's a coupon code down in the description below to get you 10% off. So the way I look at it, 10% is usually your shipping. So, you know, it's about your shipping price, depending on what you order. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. So when a tickle in the back of your throat becomes a full-blown cough. I tried to quench it with some liquid and it didn't work. Okay, so this is what we got so far. And we'll take some tape and clean up the back and stuff. But this is, so we've got red, blue, I'm looking at a green. So now it's time for the fun part. I'm gonna grab an envelope that's on my back desk here because I wanted to use this in there and it should fit perfectly, and it does. Okay, so there's, what I usually do is I do 7 pages per side, 7 to 10 pages per side. This one I'm probably gonna stick with 7 because it's smaller and we don't want to bulk it up too much. So, and then I have this paper. Okay, so you're gonna see my elbow a lot here. So I have this paper, which will be cute. We're gonna have to cut that one down. And then, is that the same size? That's gonna end up being the same size. So we don't wanna use that. There's this paper. And this will be about in the middle. And we got that. And this. And that. Yeah, this is 2 pieces together. We can turn this into a pocket. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 5 more. Let's put some coffee stained paper in there. Got that. What else do we got? We got some, see, I don't have a lot of bright colors because that's not my normal color scheme. Again, I apologize for the sniffles. Oh, we have to use this one. Because, yeah, hello. That should be good. Let's use that one. No, there's too much neutrals. I always gravitate towards neutrals. Go for the color, Tish. Go for the color. Oh, here we go. This is going to be our cover page. Okay. What do we got here? I lost count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 3 more. Let's see. Now I'm just flipping through my scrap. This is my scrap bin back here. There we go. That's kind of boho. Here we go. This is cardstock. We can use this for a pocket. That's some brighter colors, but it's still got the pink to bring that together. And then let's I'm going to grab a culinary page. I have to go over to my book bin here. There we go. Oh, this is perfect. Pretty girl sauce. There we go. Okay, so we got our signatures. Now, see, this is, okay. We're gonna do, a deco cut on this just to straighten it out. go. Are we straight there? Yep. And then we'll do one on here. Get this the edge. And then one down here. There we go. Let's move these two pieces to the side. And then we've got this to base our folds on. And usually when I do this, I grab one of these big bulldog clips. So that way I can keep it where I want it, and then I can fold it back. And do a loose fold, because this cover will have, probably get a little bit bigger, but that gives me an idea of where it lays. So I know that's gonna be the cover. And then this green, this is perfect, because we can put this right around and put a Velcro closure on there with some kind of bobble on top. All right, so we are at, this is 5.5 if I remember correctly. Let's remeasure and write it down. Remeasure and write it down. Novel concept. Oh, it's 5.5 wide, and this is, or 5.25 wide, and this is 6. Let's just do 6.5, just so my brain can process, because it's like it's like between 6.5 and then it's 5/8 is the next measurement, so it's like 5 9/16, so, or 6 6/19, or no, excuse me, it would be 9 8/16. Oh no, what is going on here? So, oh no, it'd be, well, 6.5 is easier. I'm just gonna do 6.5. Okay. For height, and yes, we're at 5.25. So we're gonna shoot for 5. Let's say 4.5 to 5. So I write these down. Okay. I don't know if you can see my little note up here. I make notes. That's why I have paper underneath me, so I can make notes. And then when I'm editing the video or whatever, I can see my notes right there. I don't have to worry about it. Okay, so we don't want to have pretty girl sauce on here. So let's go. We're going to do it this way. So we need it 6.5 tall ish. Okay, so this goes only to 6. So we will go to the edge here about where we want it. There we go. I'm gonna put this, these bigger pieces we'll put over to the side, and they will go in our scrap bin. Little pieces go in the little garbage can that I have here, because we're gonna make paper with paper scraps. Yes, but I need to wait till I get enough to make it worth it. You'd think I'd have just a cubic butt ton of paper scraps, but I don't. And we're gonna trim this down a little bit more, because it's a little too tall. But I want people to be able, I want to be able to read that again. I think it's cute. Pretty girl sauce. Makes me think of Benjamin. Anyway, you know what we can do? We can take this down. Because who wants to peel the onions? Okay. Okay, so now we know this is going to be one on our left. Now we got to concentrate on how many we're putting on right and how many we're putting on left. So I think we're going to put this one on the right. So let's put, again, you can use the bulldog clip if you don't trust yourself. With regular paper, it's fairly easy. And just do a light fold until we get to that point. Okay, I don't want decal edges right now. I want regular edges. So we'll bring up the other cutter. Give me one moment. I need to take care of this cough. I apologize. Texas has been hard on me. Okay, so we're going to do 5.5. This can go back in again. And so that's 5.5. Just keep going this up in. And again, this one can go either way. So we'll give it a fold. Actually, you know what? Let me grab my scoreboard, because this is a little bit heavier cardstock and I don't trust myself. So we're gonna just give it a nice light score. So if you ever visit Texas and you guys start getting the sniffles and sneezes, find your way to an HEB, and in the pharmacy department there is a homeopathic remedy for allergies. And I will say it is the only thing that has worked for me since I got here. So there we go. Right, left. And you'll say, well, then you're still coughing and sneezing. Oh, if I didn't take this stuff, I wouldn't have a voice. So it's 10 drops under your tongue, or 15 drops under your tongue. And let me tell you, it is the cat's meow. Okay. And I think what we're going to do, because we're going to leave this one, because I want to turn this one into another, like a side tuck pocket. So we're going to, I'm going to do 7, 6 3/4. And that'll be our fold point. Okay, and then 4.5, and that'll be our other fold point. So turn this into a little side tuck pocket. And then we're going to trim off a little bit that didn't fold over quite right. And this side. Because who's got time to try and play matchy-matchy? And we're going to put some holes in here. Well, not holes. We're going to round the corners a little bit on this guy. And on this guy. Just so they're not pokey. And take and notch a hole. And there we go. Now we can glue this down. Get my glue. And if you're watching this, can you let me know how the music to voice ratio is? Is the music still really soft? Because it comes really soft in my headphones. I always check it like periodically through the stream because I know there's a few tracks that are a little bit louder than others. So I try to keep it pleasurable. I don't want y'all getting your ears blown out. And I think my microphone should be set to a reasonable level. Just do the glue on here, it's fine. I'm like, where's my glue mat? Buried underneath all your stuff, Tish. That's where your glue is at. Okay, so that's ready to go. Now this is another one that can go either way, but we're gonna put it on the right for now. Okay. I'm gonna put you right there because we're gonna need you again. And here's our base, and then we've got this envelope, which should fit. You know what we're gonna do, because this is one of those, yep, we're gonna take this envelope. We are going to open it up so I can see. Actually, let's use the decal, because the decal will look really cool on this. I've been saving up for this decal cutter for I don't even know how long. I've wanted it for, I don't know, years. So we're gonna cut the top off where it folds so it becomes a tuck spot of sorts. Because it is just that little bit, yeah, see we've got this little piece of paper that we can just take off, there we go. So now it becomes a tuck spot to put things in. See? And it keeps things from falling out. So we put that there. Let's get this guy out. We're going to put this guy here. We're going to cut this little edge off. Okay, and then actually we can use both pieces of this. Let's do 6, but we probably won't. That over there. I want to use the flowers. There we go. And we'll kind of give it a fold. And this has got to go on this side. So and I want to try and balance color. And this needs to get folded. And I think I'm just going to leave this one just as it is, because we can do a flip out. So we're going to do, since we're doing a flip out, we're going to round the corners a little bit. And we'll wait for that. I just love these things. Okay, and then this one, we're gonna follow this tear, just because it teared off white, and I'm not inking any of this, just for the simple fact that I want whoever gets this journal to be able to pick whatever colors they want. I may do the front cover, but yeah, So we'll probably do, let's do, I don't want to cut off these ladies' heads. I feel bad. I wanted to make it look like it's torn out of a magazine. Okay, not that much, just a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we're going to cut this edge off. And we're going to have it be like this. Okay, and the pink. Is that, yeah. So let's go. This is one that can be on either side as well. So fold this in like that. There we go. Okay. Let's put this on this side because there's no pink on this side. And we got two things of pink over here. So we got 1, 2, 3 over here. So this one needs to go on this side because so we can balance out the pink. Let's move this green over here. We got kind of that greenish blue there. And then this pink needs to go over there. So this needs to get folded. I'm just trying to keep a balance of color. I don't want all pink on one side, all green on the other. I mean, you can. If that's your design preference, you do you, boo. Okay? I'm not going to tell you what to do. I am just going to take this and cut this because I don't need this much. So we can save this little scrap piece for another project. And then, again, another another folded spot. We're going to fold this one almost all the way in, like that. I almost want this on this side. This has to be on this side. Okay, let's see what we can do here with this. Because this has to be on the left, the way we folded it. Let's do this. Okay, so take that out and this out. I'm going to flip these two over here. Take these two over here. Like so. There we go. Okay, there's those. And then we have these. I'm not going to put them exactly in this order. I'm just kind of getting to see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, this is directional. So we're going to cut this off at 5. Give it a little extra because we can use this in another project. There we go. That's perfect. Perfect. I love it when a thing works out. Okay, give me one moment. I need to take care of my throat. Okay, so let's put this on this side. So I need my scoreboard because this is actually 2 pieces of paper that I glued together, so it's a little heavier. And I want to decal this edge, just like trim it off, just that little smidge. I love this thing. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Stephanie has this at the Painted Raven. You can order it online. I want to say it was $45. But I'm going to tell you this right now, it is worth the $45. And I just did that the wrong way, but that's okay. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 here. And this thing is just, I mean, you can use a tear ruler. Totally. You don't even need a tear ruler. You can just tear stuff by hand. This is totally optional. But I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. I'm wondering if I should just fold this over. Yeah, let's just fold this over and make a little notebook inside. I think I have another piece that's about the same size. Yeah, just put make like a little faux notebook inside. So this is why you need to watch live, because I do really random things, just because I'm me. And I get inspired by my mistakes. I get inspired by just looking at things, and you never know where that inspiration is gonna go. And I cut a lot of that out when I do my edited videos because I don't want them to be too long. I mean, when you come to a live stream, you can expect to be on a live stream for at least 30 minutes. My live streams are usually an hour and a half, just because I'm me. All right, so we're gonna take these two and we're gonna put them inside of each other. Like so. And then I'm gonna take my little stapler. This is the original tiny attacher. It is from Swingline. Do you know how hard it was for me to find the instruction manual for this? These were made in like 1960. I got it at a estate sale, and it's probably my favorite thing now, like one of my favorite things. Okay, so I'm going to staple those together so they stay on the back side, and then I'm going to fold this over on the pink, like right under the pink line, so you can still kind of see it when it comes to that. And then we're going to decal edge cut this right about here. Let's make a little mark where I want it. Oh, this is my other hack. Use a carpenter pencil. When you're using pencils a lot, they don't roll off your desk or roll in between things. You set it down, it stays there. There's a reason why carpenters use it. There is a reason. Oh, let's staple this right here, like a so, and like a so. And then when we cut this off, like so, oh, like butter. Now we have a little notebook, another little notebook, and we can cut the top off. It's not as big as that. There. There. Now we can put this in the pocket. See, we're making ephemera as we go along. Now, that can be either one. We've got this guy. I want to use this side. So let's cut this off. So it goes to 13. There we go. Put that over in our pile. And this is going to go on the back side anyway. So there we go. All right, so that goes there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we're short something here, which is fine. We'll grab something out of the bin and we'll make it work. I want to use this, so I'm going to cut this down. And then we're going to cut it right here. That can go over there. Oh, you know what? We were going to use that piece twice. That's what we were doing. That's why we're off. It's okay. Roll with the punches. Go with the flow. Oh yeah, see, I like that. We need another pink over here. Oh no, we have this pink, this flowery pink. That's right. And yeah, so we're good. Let's fold this. I'm folding these about 1/2 inch, maybe. I don't know, where's my ruler? Let's see. No, about 1 inch. Yeah. Just because it's easier for me to fold that way. So that's what I do. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I think I might round the corners on this, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I do want to ink that. Okay. So we're going to put our notebook on here because all the pages are going to go on the back side, but we want to be able to fold it correctly to go around this, because if you put this in last, then there's a problem sometimes. Okay, so we have a tuck spot here. We could do a little pocket here, but I like doing the pockets at the top, so I'm just going to take a little tiny nibble off the top here, and I just eyeball it because handmade. And I am going to ink around this. I'm going to ink around this in probably brown, so it kind of ties everything all. You know what? We're going to do red. Because red. It's not true red. It's not like a brick red, or it is mulberry, if I can find it. Ooh, but blue would be pretty. No, you said red, Tish. stick with red. Where did the red go? Oh, but you know what'd be cool too is green. Let's do green. I've got a beautiful green. Maybe. See, everything is buried right now. So I'm gonna have to, oh, you know what? It is in my to-go bag from teaching classes on Sunday. I haven't used red yet, or green. You know what? That's not the green I wanted though. I'm so indecisive. Normally I'm not like this. Normally I'm like on the ball. Let's do it to it. These are a little archival, which I need re-anchors for. Well, where is the other green? I got that green, which is not the green I wanted. Okay. This is why I spent 2 hours cleaning my studio last night so I could find stuff. And I'm still not able to find stuff. Oh, is this it? Is this it? There we go. Found it. So all my inks are stacked up. I have 2 6-foot tables pushed together, and I call that my big desk. Yeah, I think that green will be good because it'll help tie in all the rest of the green with the rest of it. So let's get yellow label for inks, red label for oxides. Okay. Okay, get it nice and inked up. And I'm just gonna do the edges. I'm not gonna try and blend it. So I'm just lightly, because I just want a hint of color, like a subtle color. I don't want it to be like, bam, here I am. Because to me, boho can be that way. But it's, you know, it can be bright neon colors mixed with, you know, vintage furniture. You know, the boho eclectic. To me, the boho eclectic is about using color and using all different genres of design. So you can have an Art Deco piece sitting next to something from 1812, you know, but as long as it harmonizes with each other, they complement each other, they give the same vibe. You know, that to me is what eclectic style is about. And then just, you know, boho is bright, you know, brighter colors, textures, and that's why this makes me think boho. And I'm going to do the same green around this, and then I'll do an edge of black just to help separate it from everything. Okay, let's move those out of the way. And we're going to put this on here like so. Yep. So what I like to do is I like to line this up right here. So when I come down with the glue, I can at least get the top and bottom here lined up, and then the rest of it will line up too. Okay, so put your thumb where the thumb hole is, get your glue, and put that in the pin cushion. Oh my goodness, for reals? I put the pin in. Why are you being like this, Hubert? This is our glitter glue. I know the label has come off because I reutilized this bottle for the last, I don't know, 3 years. I let it get down to next to nothing. I put a bunch of distilled water in there, shake it out to clean it out, and then I put the distilled water in here. So this is a little bit watered down, which is great for like collaging, fixing collage pieces and stuff. For me, anyway. And then we're just gonna do a line of glue, not all the way to the edge, close enough. And then we can line that up, line that up. There we go. There. Now that we have that ready to go, you can take your brayer out and really smoosh it down. But I'm gonna let that sit for a minute while I get another drink of water. Give me one moment. Okay, mornings are always so, I don't know why I picked mornings to do these live streams, because mornings are always the hardest on my voice and on my throat, because, you know, you sleep all night and you don't talk to anybody. You just lay there. Although I'm told I do talk in my sleep, like you can have a whole conversation with me, but c'est la vie. So I don't want all these neutrals together. Let's put that back there. And I want, actually, I want this there, this there, this there, this here, that there, and these two here. Okay. You know, we're gonna put the pink in between these two. There we go. So we only have one fold out on this side, which is fine. Actually, no, because this is what we're gonna fold in. So, oh, then I don't want those two there. Let's swap this one for this one. There we go. Because I'm trying to just divide up some of the neutrals with other colors. And I was gonna use like bright colors. I mean, I do have a little bit of bright color here, but that's about as bright as I go. I sold all the like hot paint, and I mean, I have some cardstock, but I don't really have those colors anymore because I don't use them. And I figured if I have to do a commission at some point that they want bright colors, I'm like, okay, well, I'll just go and get some bright colors. Okay, so I like that with that. And our little notebook. And a little tuck spot. And I think we'll put the envelope at the end. See, I don't like those two so close together like that. So let's put the little notebook in between these two, like that. And that there and that there. Actually, let's put this here. No, let's, yes, let's do it this way. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to put this in front because that'll go with that because it's got the kind of green. Yep. Okay. So think I am going to round these corners just a little bit. Now that the glue is dried, I can do that. Just because that way it'll give it a different feel, maybe. There we go. So that's 2 layers of cardstock that thing punched through. Oh, don't make me a liar. Okay, it's making me a liar. Let's try holding it. Sometimes that helps. Sometimes. There we go. There, I like, oh yeah, see, I like that better. Because they're circles and it feels like it should be rounded. Okay, so we're gonna put this down for a dry run and see how we like it. So we'll put this on this side. And so we need to fold this up like so. There we go. And then we put this on this side. Like so. And then open it up. Okay. Oh, see, yeah, I like the pink and the pink together. And then we have the ivory. And that makes that, yeah. I like the, yeah, and there's our little notebook. And then that will be folded a different direction. I'm wondering, and then that, a gift to women, and there's a woman there, and then that. Okay, and then this is going to go on the front cover. Yep. Okie dokie. I like it, so let's build it. I'm wondering if this is too much, but you know what? Go big or go home. I'm in Texas, right? You're supposed to, everything's bigger in Texas. Okay. So I'm going to start gluing this down. Now what I do is I leave it in the order I'm going to put it on, and I do one side at a time. And then I'm going to actually sand this a little bit because it seems really smooth. So here we go. Okay, there we go. Towel, put some rubbing alcohol on it. There we go. I don't know why this keeps falling down. That gets really dirty. And yes, you can use sandpaper on wood. And you can, or paper. You can use sandpaper on paper because paper is wood. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, words are hard. Okay, that's the top. So you're gonna put the top on the right. And while this dries, I'm gonna take another drink. Okay, now make sure everything lays correctly. We're going to push this up. And we're just going to get our glue flowing again because Mr. Hubert H. Humphrey here is... Okay, so I should probably explain why I call him Hubert H. Humphrey. Back in the day, when I was a wee lass, I used to watch WWE wrestling. And when I first used this glue, I'm like, damn, that's as strong as Triple H. And if you don't know wrestling, Triple H is a wrestler. And so I started calling it Triple H, and then people are like looking at me like I'm crazy. So I am crazy, but a good kind of crazy. And so I had to come up with a different name, but Hubert H. Humphrey, HHH, Triple H. There we go. So this is paper tape from Dollar Tree. I put it on here just as an extra, very thin layer of protection that it all stays together. And is this step necessary? No, because this is not something that's going to last 300 years. But I want it to last at least 10 and, you know, let people use it and fill it. You know, whoever this journal speaks to, let them fill it with their journaly things, whether that's a trip or, you know, something else. So I'm going to cut this down a little bit. I'm just going to use the decal because it's right here. I need to get a little cutter like this, little guillotine cutter. I know Tim Holtz makes one. Okay, whoopa. Get back in there, I say. Okay. And I want him to lay right there. And then we pull it tight, open it up, and I just put, I don't go to the edge with glue, I go a little bit near it, okay? And I might, if Triple H here ain't gonna be cooperative, we might bring out the Fabri-Tac. You can use whatever glue you want. I choose to use Mr. Humphrey here because he dries quickly. And I kind of need that right now because I'm doing this on a time constraint. But he's not cooperating, and I'm not going to take the time to clean him every 5 seconds. All right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put this down. So I just push up on it and then lay it down flat. Okay. We're going to give you one more try, mister. I need my cloth and my squishy thing. There we go. I hate that I waste all this glue cleaning you. I shouldn't have to do this. What's in here? Oh, I need that. I need that. And we're gonna just push out whatever is in there. Oh, that's the problem. We had a big ball of glue stuck in there. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now that's how I clean it. I just take it's a wooden skewer, and then I have a really long pin, And since I'm not storing this pin in there, it's okay to use a pin. Just whatever pin you got. Corsage pins. If you can get your hands on those babies, those things are the bomb. Okay. So I'm gonna wipe off this pin and put it in from the top while we get the rest of this taken care of. So again, I'm gonna take another piece of paper tape, put some glue stick on it. And lay that down. There we go. I use this paper tape because it doesn't add thickness like other tapes do, and it's strong when you put the glue on it. So, okay, I'm going to cut this down to this edge right here. I'm going to use a straight cutter for that though. I don't want to use the decal. Because I want it to have layers, because onions have layers. And if you make art like an onion, that wasn't exactly perfectly straight, but close enough. All right, we're going to get this guy out and around these corners again. There we go. And I'm going to put him lined up almost exactly perfect. And again, now that we have, oops, probably help take the pin out. Now that we have, yeah, that's so much better. I'm sorry, Hubert. I blamed you for not cleaning you. There we go. So I just put some glue on there because the paper tape alone is sticky, but I want to give it that extra oomph. That one snuck up on me. Sorry. Okay, and the little notebook we're going to put right here, like that. Okay. And this one's going to go right here because I like how that little green peeks out. Gives you a little peek of what you're going to see. There, now I can just use one piece of tape for all of that.
especially on the notebook, you want to make sure that's adhered down well. Okay, we're getting a little bit at the top here, but we'll take care of that with a little bit of sandpaper once everything's dried. Okay, and then this guy, I want kind of down at the bottom a little bit so the women peek out, she's peeking out, they're all peeking out. Okay, so, and this one, I'm actually gonna give it a little bit of a gusset, or a not gusset, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word. Words are hard. Excuse me as I put this tub away where it belongs, so it's not, I'm not gonna kick it over. A little spine, for lack of a better word. So we're just gonna, this is marked at right here. So we're gonna give it just a little spine here. So it gives it a little bit of extra room. So we're gonna use this, we'll use this fold to glue to, and then this will give it a little bit of extra width. So, because we're gonna do the same thing with the cover once we get everything in here. So we're gonna use that. I'm gonna bring this down to right about there. Perfect. And then I'm gonna push down, give that a good snug, and then I'm gonna hold it here, open this up. Yeah, so you're gonna see there's automatically a little gap there. And that's what we want because we want all the pages to lay flat, right? Or flat-ish. I put a lot of glue on there. Now he's just like, I'm ready. All right, now it's time for the other side. But we're gonna let this glue, oops, nope, we gotta put the tape down. That's what we were missing. Especially on cardstock and heavier paper, like our little notebook. I wanted to make sure that I had tape on there so it wouldn't come loose. I mean, I trust the glue that I use, especially this Uhu glue and the art glitter glue and Fabri-Tac. Even Elmer's glue is good. It just takes so long to dry. It's infuriating to me. It's like, oh my gosh, it's not dry yet. And I live in Texas. We don't have a lot of humidity here in Austin. I mean, there's some, depending on where you're at in Austin. But it's really kind of cool how you could just, excuse me, how you can just trust your glues. I mean, Dollar Tree glue has its purpose. I do use it in my studio. It has a purpose. Do I use it to hold a journal together that I want to last because I'm sending it to a customer? Probably not. As a gift, maybe. You know, as something I use for myself, or using it as a means to adhere, like a prototype. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I use it for prototypes. I use it for like small elements in a gift. I use it for stuff that I'm gonna use because, you know, honestly, I'm really hard on stuff. And if I'm going to build a little journal for me to keep receipts in or something, then that's what I'll do. I'll just use that glue. All right, I'm going to take a drink and we're going to go to the other side. I'm going to let this dry, set up a little bit because it is getting a little damp. Okay. I mute my microphone so you don't have to hear me drink because I do wear a lav mic, so it can get kind of annoying and I don't want to do that to you. All right, so this side gets a little more complicated because we already got this side in, and it's not complicated, it's just you got a little bit more to work with. And I love this blue at the end because this blue and that blue I think are going to be cool together. They're going to be friends. Okay, so is that still going to close if I leave it that long? I want to leave it longer if I can, because that way that notebook stays closed. That should be good. We should be good. Now this one you kind of got, you can flip it around. I like to flip it around because that way I want this here like that. Okay. Tape. It's a lot of the same steps over and over again, which is, you know, practice makes better. I won't say perfect because no one's perfect. Nothing's perfect. The only thing we're perfect in is the fact that we have faults. Everybody has faults. And that is the only illusion of perfect that we have. And I just tend to think that, you know, if you just do the same things, you get muscle memory. You just can start doing things without really thinking about it. It's like doing dishes. I mean, you do dishes for 20 years, you can stand at the sink and do dishes, like, and not even think about it. That's why I wait. That's why I do dishes in the morning when I'm not awake, because I can just do it and I don't have to think about it. And this guy's a little bit longer than I wanted him to be. So we're going to do this. I'm just going to fold it in one more time. But what about that other fold? It's fine. It's fine, I say. And then we're going to take this. We're going to fold it into the fold. So it looks intentional. Like we meant it that way. Only you and I will know. But that's not the way it was supposed to be. That's just the way we did it. Okay, so I want this to be right about there. So I'm going to push this down, and then I'm going to set this down. And then it has that perfect little gap that I need. So this stays opening and closing happily. And it's going to get wider. That's why I left a little bit at the beginning when I cut the base. I left a little bit more space because it's actually probably going to go over that space. So that's why I wanted to do to see live, so you can see how I conquer ideas and problems, because there are a lot of things I don't think of until I'm in the middle of stuff, and then it's like, well, should I go into that, or, you know, and this way you can ask me questions directly, or you can just get inspired and work along with me, and you can, you know, that's just, I love live streams. I love live streams so much. I've been doing it for 6 years now. I've got Got way too many awesome things in my life to... Okay, so I hope I have some ones that are a little bit shorter. Yeah, I do. Because this one, you know what? We're going to fold this. And then we're going to put some washi tape on here. On the fold. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Please hold. This is perfect. It's kind of Art Deco-y. I like it. We're just going to put one little strip right here. So, just because I want to add a little decorative flair to it. Pretty girl sauce, and we have a pretty girl. I don't even know what's in it. 4 teaspoons butter. 1.5 tablespoons flour. So here, this is a pretty girl sauce. So I'm giggling. I'm sorry. It's just, why would you name, I mean, why would you name a sauce a pretty girl sauce? Is it gonna make them pretty? I mean, parsley, onion juice, egg yolks, lemon juice, salt and pepper, consomme, heavy cream, butter and flour. Sounds like you're trying to make a, you know, a sauce, a fancy sauce that isn't really so fancy. There's nothing in there except for consomme, but that's just, you know, beef bouillon basically. There's nothing in there to, like, I don't know. I'm being silly now. Okay, I'm gonna cut this so it doesn't get too long. There we go. Put this in the bin. And where do we want this? Okay, so push it down, flip it over, gives us that gap, and glue. Paper tape, which we could probably weigh down because we're going to take this little piece and I'm going to put it right here, like that. So this, yeah, and put it right here. And let's see where we're at here. So we start with this side, and then this side, and then this side, and then this side, and this side. Yeah, see, I like that because it, oh yeah, I did good. Okay, so we want this here and probably this right here so it helps hold that down. Perfect. Okay, so push it down, push it over. Give it a little love with some glue. There we go. And now we can put a piece of tape down because I knew that was going to be a little bit shorter. Okay, so paper tape from Dollar Tree. And this is Uhu glue. I get it on Amazon. I buy a box of 12. It's about, depending on the day, it can go anywhere from $25 to $40. I usually wait till I see it down below 30 and then I order 2. Because very rarely does it go below 25, 27, or go down to that price. When the Amazon Prime days happen, that is usually when I order it because that's when I see it at 25 or 27 for 12. So they're about $2 to $2.50 a piece, $3, which is about the same as Elmer's glue stick. It's made in Germany. It doesn't smell as good as the Boho stuff, but you know, big. I love the Tombow stuff, but the glue sticks are so small. Okay, so this is going to go this way. And we're going to have that be right there. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. I'm getting excited for this, guys. Okay, so that one I want to have long so it covers up the other ones. You don't have to keep them long. You can keep them at 1/2 inch to 1 inch. I just choose to do it this way. Okay, and we'll save the paper tape for the next row, this last piece. All right, so oh no, it's not the last piece, it's the second last piece. I'm wondering, should we put the pink by the pink? I kind of like it like that, and then this, yeah, let's do it that way. I was hesitant to put the pink by the pink, but I kind of like the cherries kind of go with the dots, and I think it harmonizes well. So let's do this. No, we're going to do it like this. We're going to do it right in the middle of that. There we go. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done, we're almost done. Okay, we're gonna do one here, and then when I get the other piece on, we'll do one over the other two. And that got a little bubble in it. So, take it off, fix the fold. And then, all right, I did something wrong here. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. That works for me. That way it harmonizes no matter what way it goes. And then yep. Let's move this down just a little bit. There, just like that. And I'm going to make a gust, another score line on here like I did with the other piece on the other side. So this is at 4 1/4. So we're gonna do 5, or 5 1/4. We're gonna do 5, just like that. Turn it into a mountain. And get a drink of water. I do apologize for this. Oh, I apologize. My nose drains into the back of my throat. I know that sounds gross. I'm sorry. My nose goes to the back of my throat, and then I tickles the ivories back there, and, and it causes me to cough. When you're live streaming, I don't want to cough in y'all's ears. That's just rude. Oh, there is pink on this. Oh, that'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, I lost my. There we go. I lost my gap. Okay, now we're gonna put one piece of tape over both of these. Go, yay, big. Now we're going to put this like so. Here we go. And that just helps everything lay flat. There's no flippy bits. And so when we mount this on the back piece, okay, so we've got do I want to have it come, you can see it's about the same height as all of that. I want to have, do I want to have it come up a little closer, or do I want to have it back here? I think I want to have it right there. So we're going to go to this side of the line. So I think we're at, where's that line at approximately? Probably this one. And then I'm going to do this one. And then we're going to do, that should be it. Let's see where we're at. I just realized I forgot to hit record when I went live. And I want it right there. Okay. Yeah, because it leaves that corner open, leaves you guessing what's here. Gives you a nice little bit here. All right, so let's boop that down right there. Okay, so this, I'm gonna glue, leave that gap. Oop, you know what? We put it on the wrong one. Yeah, let's cut that off a little bit, because that's, I don't know, we'll leave it. So we did 2 1/4. I'm trying to see where my lines are at. You know what? We're gonna do this so I can see where my lines are at. We're gonna use this green on here anyways before we glue it down. Okay, so there's a line. That's, so we're gonna go, I don't know why that's so different now. Oh, that's right, we did here and we did here, and now we're gonna do here. There we go. And we'll ink that one so we can see that line too. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Okay. So use that second one and line that up right there. Yeah, that's where we wanted it. Right. Lay that down. And I'm cutting away the edge with the glue. I could cut this off, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to glue the whole thing down. I try and start in the middle and out, but that's me. You boo. There we go. My computer shut off. I don't know why. It's not supposed to do that. Not on battery. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. It's all good. I forgot to ink the edges. But that's okay. We can do that in a minute. Okay, and then we're gonna let this dry for a moment. I'm gonna go grab my black ink because I want to put a little layer of black on the edge before we completely seal it down, because it'll make it a little bit more difficult. And then we're gonna figure out our closure, because we need to put that on as well. All right, put that there. Let's put this on here. There we go. And this lid on here. We just put set the lid on. Put our tapes up here. There we go. All right, I'm gonna go grab my black ink. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, I should have done this before, but it's all good. So we're just gonna come in, put a little green down. So we bring the green from the front cover in, and I'm not doing it real heavy. Just doing a little bit just to give it a not so blank look. We're gonna put a pocket here, I think. I don't know, we'll see. Once we get things assembled, see where we're at for time. And then I'm gonna take the black and just gonna hit the edge. And my hand has decided to cramp up, so it puts a damper on things. It's all right. Keep working. Work through it, right? Okay, let that dry for a moment. And I'm going to do the same thing on this one. Just to make that edge pop a little bit more. And you can see I'm not at an angle, I'm hitting it straight on. And I'm just running it. I just want to highlight that edge. I'm not really distressing. I'm just making the edge pop out a little bit more. There. Let that one dry too. All right. Now comes the time to see how this looks on our base. Oh, I love it. It still sticks out. It still has a little bit to the base, and a lot of mine don't usually have that, which I like because it kind of frames it. Okay, so what do we want for a closure? I wanted to use this sari silk stuff, chiffon, whatever this is. I need some place to stick this pin. Don't lose it. I wonder. I have some ribbon. I was working on these things the other night. I thought I had. Oh, where'd it go? Is it the. I wonder if we can do it like a layered thing. Because I think that goes with that really well. I'm not a matchy-matchy kind of person. But what if we were to do... lay that down. Yeah, so that's not wide enough. That gets lost. You know what, we'll put this on, we'll use this on a tag or something. Because we still gotta make a couple tags. And I just wanted something to break that green up. And maybe stitch it with the gold, this gold thread. See, this isn't flat, but I wonder, do I have something that would work? Maybe we should do the pink, because the pink lace flat. Okay, come on. I don't know if that'll go with the front cover though. but it kind of leads you to what's inside. Yeah, I don't like the pink. I'm gonna see what other lace I have. Give me one moment. Because I have lace in a different drawer than I do my ribbon. Excuse me. That's too wide. That is polyester. I'm not being picky, really, I'm not. Oh, this one lays flat. Is that gonna be long enough though? Let's see, let's bring over. Oh, I like this one. Where was this last night when I was working on those things? Okay, is this gonna be long enough? Tripped over my own 2 feet. Because we could take this, put it like that, or there's this white one, because the white goes with the white, and then there's white up here. So I don't like this one because it's polyester. I was trying to go, well, I suppose this might be polyester. I don't know. I kind of like that one better because it's light and pillowy like this. I don't know. This is the hard part for me. It's like, I don't know what I want to do. And then it's, yeah, I'm going to go with this one because it's a little bit more tactile. It's not as flat. But look at this pretty lace. Oh, so pretty. You might have to utilize that. Now, when you're making these, you can sew your pages. You can sew lace onto your pages. I choose not to just because of me. And I'm going to cut this end off. Fold that under like that. I'm just going to put this right here. Actually, you know what? We're going to put that at the other end. Because I'm not going to fuss with it. So I'm going to take a little bit of glue stick here just to help me fold it under. There we go. There we go. And I'm going to line this up. I'm going to cut this off right here. Give that a little pin. I'm wondering, should we grunge this up or should we leave it white? I'm going to leave it white because we can always grunge it up later. All right, I'm going to go over to the sewing machine here. I need to clear off a path because I need to take this chair over there with me. So I only have one chair upstairs right now. Shuffling papers earlier. Excuse me. All right. So I'm going to go over to the sewing machine here. Rolly, rolly, rolly. I'm going to use the same gold thread that I used on the back side. And the same zigzag stitch. unfortunately, this time I am gonna back stitch. Get it rolling. There we go. This is really hard to stitch. It's slippery. I should have tacked it down. I'm going to back stitch this. There we go. And then that way it's stitched down on both ends. And then we'll take the other end and we'll fold it down. Okay. I'll leave these strings for a minute, or just like the little bits. I'm not going to leave the long ones because they will get annoying after a minute. Okay, and then we're going to take this, we're going to snip it right here. There we go. Actually, let's keep a little bit, that little bit, because we can put that on something on the inside. So then we're going to take this glue stick again and we'll just tack this down. There we go. Fold this over because we're going to put a Velcro dot on the one side so it doesn't need to be stitched down. But I like the way it looks. It gives a little bit more beef to it. So we want that to be, wait, this is the bottom. I'm going to put this on top, and then we're going to put this right here. Probably right there. And then cut this here. Okay. And then I put this here. Here. There we go. All right. And I always like them to overlap a little, like quite a bit. So and have overlap that way. That way there's room to grow if you need to. So that looks good right there. We'll put some kind of something there as a focal point. So we're going to put fabric tack down. And I kind of smooch it around a little bit. Okay. And we're not going to pull it tight, we're just going to set it. Okay. And then we line up this with that. As close as we can. We're going to have this come like right there. There we go. Okay. And again, we're not going all the way to the edge. We are going to put a good hefty amount of glue down. Pin back in there. Maybe. Come on. There we go. And lay that down like that. The thing I like about fabric tack is you still get a little bit of time to wiggle if you need to. Okay, so we're all tacked down, and then we're going to get the brown tape out again. Hello, brown tape. Oh, I put my water here. Let me get a drink first. All right, and we're going to take this. Ripped funny. We'll find a use for you, little guy. Let's put you up there. And I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do a couple of pieces. Do one between the two ends. Like that. And then I don't know why that bothers me. And then we're going to do one like this. Because see now all the glue that is pressing through, the fabric tack is pressing through onto the tape. So it just helps that little bit more. Oopa. Oh, can you tell I'm from the Midwest? I am not originally from Texas, although I've always said y'all. I don't know what was wrong with me, but you know, it is what it is. And there. All right. There we go. All right. So we've got Dream down below. And I made this, but I think it's going to be too heavy. But I made that last night in another live stream. I don't remember if it was last night or last week. I'm gonna take this and get rid of that tape. This is why I like paper tape, because you can just sand it a little bit. We might hit with that with some black ink too. So I want it to go over this way. I don't want this piece to be too bulky, because when you open this up, you need to be able to, like right there, right? So I need my glue eraser. Give me one moment. I always know where this guy's at. Well, not always, sometimes I forget. Okay, so this is a glue eraser. If you get gluey corners on your fabric, on your paper, it works better on paper than it does on fabric, I'll be real. Okay. and you want to kind of hide it. This will get the majority of it off. So it looks like it's intentional. Like, oh, I meant to put stuff there. You know what we could do is splatter some gold on the back, but nah, that's not today, ma'am. I've done enough splattering of the universe today, this week. Okay, boy. So I'm gonna grab, I have more of these clocks. I just think that would be cute if there was a gold one. Because this is more like a rose gold and it's more, but it's kind of pretty. I kind of like it. Okay, we can do one similar. Because I got more of those keys. Let's move this stuff out of the way. Put the lid on the glue. It is lunchtime for me. See, I have alarms to remind me to eat, to take my vitamins. Because I'm that person. I have said it many times, I have ADHD. If you don't believe me, hang out with me for a day. Excuse me. Let's see. Those are beads. I've got this bin that I absolutely adore. Oh, but there's all these keys. Yep, I found it. It's gold and silver, and you know what? It works. Unless, I don't know, I kind of like it. Oh my gosh. I need people in my chat telling me what to do. I kind of like the owl. Makes me think of Clash of the Titans. Got bugs. No, I like the owl. Not on the clock. Because he's already got a clock on him. That just seems redundant. Let's see. What else do I got in here? Drawer handles. I need something in the back of him. Kind of off kilter. His hands are off. But that actually makes sense because the cog would run. Yeah. Let's see if we can find one like this, but maybe a different color. Yeah, I like that better. To do him like, I don't know, I kind of like this thing too. Because it's so, it looks like the little poofies, the little dandelion poofs. But he's bigger. I think he goes better. Maybe a little silver one. Then we can do like that. Okay. And then we'll open this jump ring and then we can put some of that ribbon on the front. Give him a little floof, so you have something to pull with. Yes. Okay. I'll save you for another day. You are beautiful. I'm going to do a little key up there too. I've been going through all these things in my head, and it's like, I've got all this stuff. And yes, I want to show you how to make it, but how do I show you how to make it when I have all this stuff? This stuff is old. Like, I've had this stuff for years. Should we do a key or a feather? Let's do a key. Let's do a feather on the next one. Because I got all kinds of fun things. Keys. Yeah, I like the green, the one with the green on it. Do I like that style, or do I want... No, I like the kind of... I was thinking something like this that looks more like a bicycle key. Yeah, I like that one better. Okay. Whoever gets it doesn't like it, they can put something else on it. It's okay. But I put these are for sale. I sell them at market. And I think I am going to grunge this white up just a little bit, just because I'm me and I feel the need. Okay, so let's do this first, because this is going to need to dry. So let's get this is collage medium, and I've had this around for a minute, so it needs to dry, or get shook up. Okay, now I should be shook up. All right, we're gonna drop this little silver guy in the middle. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put the glue on here first. Actually, here's me, indecisive as always. Let's do this first. No, let's do this first. I need my little jump ringer, open upper. So, okay. I am gonna keep the two rings, the two utes. There we go. There's the opening. Okay, and we hold it here. This is why I don't do jewelry, because I don't like fiddly bits. Okay. There we go. I knew I'd get it eventually. Okay. And I have another pliers. It's just in my toolbox, which is on the other side of the studio because I wasn't planning this. I need to grab the other pliers and have it available. But I use this one all the time, so. All right. Let's get a piece of parchment. So when we move this, we don't have to pick it up. I think that's going to be cute. And then a little ribbon through there. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to take and I'm going to put this glue around the edge. And then we'll drop the little silver one in the middle. Oop. And then we'll put the big one in the middle. And then we're going to put a little bit more glue in these gears. There we go. Okay, and we're just going to let this sit while we decorate the rest of this. And hopefully, you know what, we're going to get it started on its way. I'm going to let it, actually, you know what, I'm going to hit it with the hairdryer. And then while we're decorating the rest of it, getting the glue dots on and all that stuff, it can be finishing curing. So I'm going to mute the microphone so you don't have to listen to that shenanigans. Let me get my, I wonder if a heat gun would be better. Let's get the heat gun out. And we'll do the heat gun on low, which will be more directed heat. Yeah, let's do that. Everything unplugged from this power strip now, except for my monitor. So we should be good. Not pop any circuit breaker or what are they called? Power strips. Okay, so I'm gonna mute the microphone. Enjoy the music. I'll be right back. Well, we have boil, boil, toil, and trouble. I've never seen it boil like that. I guess I've never really used it on metal though. So yeah, probably stick with the hairdryer, Tish. Let me go back to the hairdryer. Okay, I have my light in the way. There we go. All right, gonna meet you again. Enjoy the music. Okay, see, now this is a crazy harebrained idea that I have, and it's either gonna work or it's not, but we're gonna try something. Because I think we need to do something, a little something to the back side of this. So I've got a 1-hole punch. I'm gonna grab a little piece of scrap something. This will work. And I'm gonna see if I can cut a circle with this ribbony stuff. Nope. Oh, maybe. You know what? I got an idea. Got an idea. Where's my bag? There's my seam ripper. It's where it's supposed to be. What is that all about? Okay, we're just gonna take this knife and we're gonna cut the circle. And that's not a very good circle. So, take same said knife. Okay. It's not working. I just broke my circle punch. I can fix it. It'll be fine. So that didn't work, but you know what will work? Cut this off. Instead of sitting here trying to fix this, I'm just gonna roll with the punches and I'll be able to fix it later, I think. Yeah, I can get it to move now, so I'll be able to get it moved later. So let's just, you know what? Let's roll with the punches. And I think this will add something to it. So we're going to cut out a little square, right? And we can hit this, because I think that'll add something to it, but we need something a little more sticky. So we're going to take a little of this. There we go. And then we'll just, after it adheres down there, excuse me, we'll just cut it off with the knife or scissors. So we're just going to tack this down. I'm just going around and pushing it down. Because I know this will dry clear. So once it's dry, I'm going to flip this over. See, and it just adds that little extra layer. Yep, I like that. I like it. And what if we did this? And I know I have some velvet. Welcome to my brain. Yep. Phenomenon. Well, that is not good. It's very crooked. So, are we going to be able to get the velvet through? We will find out. We will find out. I don't think so. But has an idea. I know, I have a lot of ideas. Some of them are very crazy, some of them actually work. And I'm gonna make sure that I like this on there first. Okay, so folding edges is very difficult when you've got two really slippery things. All right, hold the show. I know I'm not going to need all this, so we're going to snip it at an angle. I'm going to stuff it through. I might have it. Oh, thank goodness for fingernails. Oh, I spoke too soon. Okay, hold your position, sir. There we go. Haha, got it. Now, come on, you. Oh, that's why you're not pulling. It's because I have my thumb on you. Okay. So, we need to twist it so it's going the right direction. There we go. I'm going to pull this through. Okay. Why are you not the right direction? There we go. So, what if we took this Sorry, I have to look at this really closely because he's stuck. There we go. What if we were to put another layer of that glitter stuff in here too? Take the wires out, put that in there. Is that too much? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay. Ow. So we're going to take this, cut it about this long. Okay. Where did my pliers go? Go there. See, this is the part that always takes me the longest, is doing the closures and all the other little fiddly bits. Building the journals takes me no time at all. Okay, we're going to gather this up. We are gathered here together. Gather that up. Actually, we need to lay it flat gather. There we go. If we put that right there, and we have that and that. Yeah, that's too much. I don't like that. Too much. It's too much. But I do want to have, maybe we will use the velvet. I kind of like the velvet by itself. Okay. Part of the reason why I pulled that out is because it was frustrating me, because it wasn't laying the way I wanted it to lay it. And I think the velvet on its own is going to be enough. Okay. But now we have to go through the problem of pushing this through. But, up. And we got to do it in the middle. So we can, do I want to go from, I want to go from the back. Okay. Thinking this through, thinking this through. Because, I mean, I've got plenty of this velvet ribbon. It's not like I can't cut another strip if this doesn't work the way I want it to. All right, you need to go over there because that's the way you want to lay. So I was talking to the key, and no, I'm not crazy. Well, I am. I'm the one that's signed myself up to do 30 journals in 30 days and work into my lunch hour. It's okay. There we go. I almost had it. Okay, you can do this. You got this. So put the thingies together. I wonder, what if we push them through that way? There we go. Let's grab this. Oops. And we're not pulling too hard, we're just wiggling. Because you don't want to rip the velvet. There we go. We're getting it. We're getting it. Awesome sauce. Okay. Now, open this up. Because I don't want to pull it too far, because I want to be able to pull it again. Okay, so pull this through. Come on. There we go, there's one. And a two. All right, put those two together and pull. And his ear's stuck. There we go. There we go. Now we can cut this with a slight angle. Oh, he's cute. He's very cute. He's very, very cute. I gotta trim this off too, but we're gonna let him finish drying on this back side. But I wanted to make sure that it's gonna work the way I wanted it to. If first you don't succeed, get a bigger hammer. All right, let's start decorating this. Let's get this glued down and start decorating it. So we're gonna use the Fabri-Tac for this gluing down bit. We're gonna use this somewhere, because I don't like just throwing stuff away. So we're gonna put all this over here and put this pin back into the velvet. So how I get all these ribbons and stuff is I hit up Michael's, Walmart, Target at the end of a season when everything is 70 to 90% off. And I can go in with 20 bucks and get a lot of stuff. Not so much now because prices are so stupid. But the other thing too is go to your thrift stores. We have a great thrift store in Georgetown. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I can't right now off the top of my head. But they have a whole room that's Christmas stuff. And so you can get Christmas ribbons. And then they have a whole other section that's just crafting stuff. But then you can go walking through and just find random things. Okay, so I'm going to put a glue dot, or a Velcro dot on here. Let me get my Velcro dots. Is this my Velcro dots? I need to label my folders because I made all these folders, but now I can't remember what's in each one of them. So I need to remember what's in each one of them. Okay, here's my Velcro dots. Those are not what I wanted. Yeah, let's use a black one. Okay. Put them back up there. And then we'll take, cut this. I'm going to put this right here so I have them for later, because that's usually where I keep them. It's just right there. Okay, and now let's move this down here. I need this. Okay, so we're going to put the Velcro dot right there. And I usually like to put the Velcro-y side, like the hard side, on the bottom. That way when this flips up, it's soft, and that'll flip down and the rough side will be against the table. And we're going to take a little bit of Fabri-Tac and we're going to line this up to be right there and smush it and hold it for a moment. While I'm holding this to dry, I'm going to get a drink of water. Okay. I wouldn't mute it if it weren't for the fact that my nose is stuffed up. So I tend to gulp on things. And the ice, I have ice in there, and it's tinky, 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 and I'm trying to be respectful of your ears. Okay. There's that. This can go in that bin, as we use those later. All right, and I want it to be kind of half on, half off. That's a little much. Where's my towel? I'm just gonna dab a little bit of that off. I thinned out my Fabri-Tac this weekend, and it got a little crazy. Okay, so we're gonna put that right there. And then we're going to let that sit for a minute. And then while that's doing its thing, we're going to flip this over. And we're going to Fabri-Tac the snot out of this. So, and I try to get the edges of the fabric so they glue down. and then in the middle. And I try not to go, I know it's going to come over the stitching, so I stay away from the stitching so it gives it a place to ooze to. There we go. We'll put the needle back in here, a pin. This is a T-pin. I find it works the best for keeping that hole closed. All right, now, because we used Fabri-Tac, we have a little time to wiggle it about and make sure it is where we want it to be. So I've got, let's see, get my big head out of the way. Got a little bit right here and a little bit right there. That seems about right. And we're good. So I'm going to smush this down. Try not to wiggle it too much. And we're just going to hold it here for a moment. And sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. No, I'm kidding. That's what you do when you wash your hands. Sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. All right, and we gave ourselves enough room. I knew that was going to stick. That's why I put the parchment underneath there. Gave ourselves enough room so we can, you know, fill this up pretty good with stuffs. So while this is setting up, let's grab, this and make a tag out of it. Because I really like this paper. I'm not a pink person. I don't like pink. I know. Don't hate me. Don't come at me. So we're gonna make a tag out of this that's 2.5. Let's do 3. Because that way we still have a little bit we can use in another project. And let's make a tag out of this. And this one 3.5. Excuse me. And what else do we got here? What else do I got up my sleeve? Let's make a spot with this. Let's do 3. Let's cut this off at 6. So we still, there we go. We got a little piece right here. And 3. Okay. And that can go in our scrap bin. Now see, we have some of these scraps here. Not you, you're not a scrap, you go over there. So let's get our corner around here. Hey, what are you doing? Nope, that didn't work. It's okay. I have another one. Okay, so we're going to take this around the corners. And we're going to round the corners on this guy. Well, you didn't work the way you were supposed to. That's okay. There we go. So we got some of that. And then I've got my pattern over here. Somewhere in this general vicinity. I know I have it. Where'd it go? Here we go. So this is just a hotel key card that I cut off the corner. I never leave my key cards behind because you have to trust the hotel you're staying at to erase all your information on that key card, and I don't trust hotels. I used to work for one. Okay, and then we're gonna round these just a wee bit. Same with this one. Okay, so we got 3 tags, journaling spots. Oh, I was gonna cut this. There we go. Okay, let's get that. There we go. Put it right here. But first, okay, so this is going to go on here. This is going to go on here. And then I want to put a little pocket on here. I thought I had a bigger piece of. Okay, so we're gonna cut this. Cut this. Needs to be a little shorter. I need my little use the oval punch to give it a little tippet. And use light green mixed with the dark green. Excuse me. Like I said, I don't mean to cough in your ear. There we go. Just gonna spread this out a little bit because I got a little bit of bubbles going on. Okay. There we go. And we need to punch a hole. And we're going to punch a hole. There. Probably should make it a little bit bigger so it doesn't blend in. Get my hole punch, which is still packed up from this weekend because there are days where I use it nonstop and then there's a week where I won't touch it. So it's in my binding box, toolbox. It's where I keep all my embroidery floss and stuff that I use for binding, clips and whatnots. So I can move that. And we want 3/16 of a hole. Hang on. I gotta argue with this guy. I have a love-hate relationship with that thing. I love it because if my hands are bad, I can use, like, I can push down like this. If my hands are okay, I can just grab it and go. Okay. There's going to be another case for the glue eraser. And I wish I had my, oh, wait, what is this? Was ist das? Oh, I do have my other hole punch. All right. This is groovy. There we go. Because this is the 1/4 inch punch. This is just my hand punch, and I couldn't find it, but I guess I found it last night while I was cleaning. Because I really don't remember cleaning last night. I mean, I do, but I was tired, and I just was going to do the live stream. And okay, so hole reinforcers here that are already tinted or white. I think we're going to do brown on that one. Oh, these ones are painted. That's cool. Let's do the purple on this one. Okay. So, take 2 of these and call me in the morning. Okay, I'll put one on each side. There we go. There's that. And 2 purple ones. It's got a little crooked, but that's okay. Handmade. There we go. Let me find my purple. Oh wait, I've got this pink. It's a plum. There's my purple. Do I want to do purple or do I want to do pink? Well, you know what? We're going to grab them all. I don't have a purple dauber. That is the one thing I do need to rectify. Okay, I grabbed this one's for this one. So I put the rubber binders on them when I put them in my toolbox. That way the lids don't get booped off. Okay, so let's use this. Hang on one second. All right, let's try this again. I should have rounded the corners on this pocket, but that's okay. It looks cool. Well, this is plum. It's not actually purple and it's not actually pink. It's kind of a magenta color. So oh, there's a little piece of adhesive there. Okay, now let's put that over there. Let's put this in here. There we go. Let's see what we got here. There go. The Velcro's open. Pull it off the parchment. Put it back over where we can grab it easily. And we need to come up with a pocket for right here. That's a flip out. That's a flip out. That's a flip out. Another flip out. Okay, and we're going to take this guy. And we're going to take this ribbon. Maybe. It doesn't look like it's going to be long enough, so let's save that for another trial somewhere else. What do I do with the ribbons now? Oh, here they are. Oop. I want it about yay long. All right, and we're going to put this in from the back side. Give it a gentle tug. And then we cut here and here. That's not a very good angle. There we go. So we put this one in this tuck spot. There we go. Maybe we make this into a pocket. Yeah, let's make this into a pocket. No, I want a tag. I want it to be a tag. Because we're going to do a belly band tag, journaling spot. And then this guy, what color ribbon should we put on him? Should we do... Let's do some lace. I got this flat lace here. Yeah. So we want about that much. Cut it off. Okay. There we go. Okay. Lace is hard to do sometimes. There we go. And then we're going to cut this one up. And this one. There we go. And we're going to put this guy in the back here. Like that. He can come up a little bit. Like that. these pages, 1, 2, 3, and then this guy's gonna go in here. So, but we're gonna stamp on him first. And I am actually thinking, let's take this and cut this down. A little bit. We use this as our guide to get the right angle. And now when we put this in this pocket, you'll be able to see it. Perfect. Okay. Excuse me. Want a pocket right there. Sorry, I muted myself because I was coughing again. This actually kind of goes with everything, so I'm gonna put that in there. Oh, and then we have that little notebook that we made while we were making the little notebook already. So throw that in the garbage. Let's put him right here. There we go. And I need a little pocket for right there. Oh, this is perfect. No, it's too short. It's too short. Let's see. Too big. Too small. You know what we could do? Let's put it this way. And then put something right there. That's a possibility. What if we went like this and like this? That's a little much. What about this guy? Yeah. I kind of like him. Let's see if there's any other ones that I like better. Now we're starting to get into the little, oh, that would be perfect. So these are like little library cards, holder thingies. So what if we did that and that? We notched it here and notched it here, and that way there's like 3 little pockets. There's a big one and then like littler ones. Yeah, okay. Or we've got this one. I like the butter. Ooh, but we got this one too. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Kind of liking this one better. I don't know. I think if this was smaller, so let's put this to the side because I don't want to lose them. What if we did, yeah, this, and then this. Yep. Okay. Play around till you figure it out. There we go. Okay. That was supposed to go somewhere. I don't remember now. And this is paper. I can go in there. Oh, we could make okay. A little journal, a little another card. Okay, to go in there. Okay, so let's get the green out again, and we're just gonna kind of use this green. I'm just gonna kind of lightly tone down some of that white. Okay, now we need this guy. First, we need to, is it this one and this one? Yes. So first we need to figure out where we're gonna lay these. All right. Right where that is at. So we're gonna take a little bit of glue. There we go. I always get the bottom piece secured and then I come back up and do the side pieces because you gotta, you know, if it's crooked, it's fine. It's just, I feel like when I can get the bottom secured, I can get the sides secured better. So, there we go. And then we're going to take a little snippet out of here. Where did my little hole punch go? I thought it was in my cart, but I'm not seeing it. Let's shuffle some things around here. That's my fabric tape. And cleaner and more glue sticks. Let's move you out of the way again. Are you? Aha! Found him! He's my little guy. So we're going to take and we're just going to do a little notch on this side. Yeah, on this side. Oops, it's a kind of big notch, but. And then we should be able to get it in here a little bit to do a little one here. It should be right where I need it to be. There we go. So we got notches for our little pockets. And then this is going to go right about there. So we're going to glue this down. There. And then deckle cut this. Excuse me, hiccups. Okay, Okay. I feel like I should put something on here. Yep. Cut her off. We'll go back and get those corners. Seems like the corners are lifting a little bit, but that's okay. We can make this work. Oopa. First, before we do this, let's double check and make sure we don't want to cut. Well, we're going to cut it off anyway, so it'll be fine. All right, so start at the middle. And get most of this. There we go. So this way, we make sure that the washi tape that we used in the middle of it, it kind of all ties together. You know, when you're using more specialty type stuff, you know, like certain washi tapes and stuff like that, if you want some cohesiveness through the through the journal, but you don't want it matchy, you know, like, at least I don't. Matchy is boring. All right, so at least I think so. You do you, boo. If you have to have your socks match, go for it. I think matching socks is not a priority for me. Okay, so we're gonna do it. So this went this way. This went this way. Let's do it this way. Okay, this is gonna have a belly band right there. Or right here. Let's do it right here. Okay, so I lift up one end. Tap it down. Lift up the other end. Tap it down. And then we're going to take, should we do the white ribbon? Or the white lace? And then maybe put some of this green down? Yes, let's do that. Okay. That way we kind of bring everything together. Okay. I don't want to glue on that, so let's glue on this. Yeah, let's leave the, you know what we're gonna do? Where did my thingy go? Take my little tooly tool here, and I want to just kind of distress the edge a little bit. There we go. Maybe this corner too. There we go. Now, where did my brown go? Brown. Where did you go, my friend? Here you are. When I'm just inking edges and I don't need it to blend so much, I just use archival ink. This is coffee. So I save the Tim Holtz stuff for the fancy, when I want to get fancy. Because you're not, I feel like you're wasting it. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's not wasting it if you're using it. But if you're gonna use it for something else that's gonna be more artsy fartsy, I guess, then that's, I mean, to me, that's when you use it. And I use my inks. I use my inks a lot, actually. Just haven't done them on a live. I need to do a live on how I use my inks, because you guys might enjoy that. I don't know. We'll see. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see a live like that. Okay, so we're gonna put this down here. I'm gonna put this right here, and then let's move it over. You know what? We're gonna hit with the sewing machine too, just because I can. So we're just gonna use a little bit of glue stick because that'll hold it in place while I run the sewing machine over it. So we're gonna put that there, and that there. Okay, there we go. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna go over here, do a straight stitch on it, try not to break my toe. Everything always ends up on the floor. I need more, I need another little like rolling table cart thing. Because I have rolling tables, like rolling carts, like the ones you get at Michael's. I'm gonna make the stitch length 3. Where is it? I need just a straight stitch. There we go. Okay, we're just gonna put this down. Right there. Okay. And as soon as I can get my hand, do some more research on the, hang on, I'll talk in a minute. As soon as I can do more research. Well, I wanted to backstitch on this. That's what I wanted to do. Focus stitch. So as soon as I do more research on the Elgato new Elgato camera, because it just came out, I want to see if it can do top down as well as face forward, because I want to be able to have that versatility. And you, my friend, are beautiful and could go right there. Oh, yes. Okay. So now we have, I left it loose so it's got more room. Yes. Yes and yes and yes. Okay, we've got one more thing to do, and then, because I want to try, I'm going to put these ribbons back over there. That goes over there. I think I might just make this into something else for another project. Okay. And we're going to put a little hidden paper clip thingy because I like this. We're going to put this on here so it keeps the notebook together. Maybe. There we go. So it flips all as one. There we go. And then we've got a thing going here. And you know what? We need something kind of modern. And I've got, because we've got the vintagey stuff down. So let's put, and we've got some pops of modern, you know, modern poppy stuff. So I've got these little, these are supposed to be for babies, but for like a baby book. I bought them for a baby book that I'm in the process of making. But that way we can put this right here. There. Keep that one, because I don't mind the two ones. Okay, so that. And you don't have to flippy floppy it one and then the other, then the other, then the other. You can flippy floppy it however you want. Because see, I like how that lays, and I like how that lays. But this has to go first, and then this. That's the only kicker. Okay. Now. Yep. Now we're firm. Okay. Now let's do the last card, and then we put the charm on, and we'll be done. So I want to play with some stamps. Let's move this over here because I go a little crazy. Put that over here. Okay. Yeah, see, he's drying nicely. Okay, I want to play with some stamps, so let's get some paper. And this is a stamp that is at the Painted Raven. It is $13.49. It's called Distressed Christmas, but it doesn't look like Christmas to me. And I love this stamp. So there is a coupon down below for their online store. I shop there locally because support small business. But I've been itching and itching and itching to use this stamp. So I'm just gonna leave it on the plastic. I'm gonna take this one off. Because where my block is, I do not know. So we're gonna let's do this in, I brought blue over, I thought. Yes, I did. We're gonna bring blue and some purple. And the first time you use a stamp, it's always a little bit lighter. And look at me go. Where's my blue? Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna make this intentional. I got so excited. I'm like a kid in a candy store when I get new things, because I don't get new things very often. So this is rubbing alcohol, and I just got a smooch right there. But you know what? We're putting this here, so we can put it right there. But here, we're just gonna, how did I get blue ink on my finger? I'm just gonna smooch this some more. There we go. And then you hit it with rubbing alcohol. I'm gonna spray it off to the side. And it blends it. And it kind of looks intentional now. That is my oops made pretty. Give me 1 second. Okay, now now we're going to stamp this right here. There we go. Oh, it's so cool. Okay, and now we're going to switch from blue to, we've got green, right? This is green. So let's switch, let's do purple, because, you know, it's a thing. And I think I used my pink, yeah, I did. I used my pink dauber, or my purple dauber for my pink ink. So we're just, whatever, pink and purple are close enough. I'm not a purist. So we're gonna come in with some pink here, pinky purple. And I wonder if I can repeat those lines, make it look intentional. I think I can. Okay, and then we're gonna kind of mask off. Hello, Twisted Art Lady. How are you, ma'am? Okay, so I'm gonna try my best. This should work. It's just, come on, work with me. Thank you. I'm gonna use the packaging to kind of mask off where my thing was, or my stamp was. And I'm gonna miss this other corner so it kind of blends out. I kind of like that. There we go. And that way, you can see it makes it bleed through, and now it'll bleed through. So, and this go right here. I need something right there. Let's do another stamp that I got at the Painted Raven. Oi, is this little stamp, and we're just gonna do this in black because why not? And this is my little block. I have a bigger block, and I, for the life of me, cannot find it. I need to just sit down and go through all my stamps, organize everything, but that's gonna take me like a whole day, and I don't have a whole day. We're gonna go like this. Press it down. There we go. And maybe a little right here. There. All right. That is that, and there we are. We're going to ink this up with a little bit of this darker green. I like doing belly bands versus pockets on journaling cards, usually, just because if you're trying to journal on something or write something, you don't want a pocket full of stuff on the other side. And belly bands are just relatively thin and seem to, that way if you need a place to stick something to remind yourself of something, you can stick it in there, and then when you're reminded, you can take it out. I don't know. You do you. Okay, we're going to take the black and we're just going to highlight the edge. So just straight down. Around the corner. That way we make, you can do this with a Sharpie too. You don't have to use, if you don't have inks, you can still highlight your edges. Just take a Sharpie or a Crayola marker or any kind of marker. You can get at Dollar Tree. It doesn't have to be fancy. You just use what you got. Don't worry about what other people got. Because don't have to have $1 million to be crafty. Most of this journal is, I mean, if you saw how I made the bases I have another live stream for. It's in the playlist of the 106 live streams, where I make the bases for the flip-flop journals. And it's cardboard. It's packaging from when we got our camping dishes, and just I use this. I think this square one is actually from the filament for the 3D printer. You know. All right. I almost feel like I should do a little script right up here. Just like that. And maybe a little right here. There we go. That makes me feel better. Okay. Now, this guy. Okay, so we got that. Got a notebook there. We got flip outs. And I like leaving white because if they don't like what I put there, I don't. But this is going to go right here. See, and that makes that look more decorated. I'm actually going to round this corner. Where is my corner rounder? Scanning. There it is. I just want to curve this little corner right here just a little bit. There we go. That makes me happy. I try to curve a corner on ones that aren't folded. So like these two are folded. This isn't folded, but it's a pocket, so I suppose I could curve this one too. Let's get that out of the way. If that still works. Okay, and then that, and that, and then let's round these corners a little bit. So it gives you a visual cue of what folds out and what doesn't. So if you know that rounded corners are not folding, they don't flip out, then you kind of know, well, that doesn't want to work, so let's go with the medium. And you know what's fun? You don't have to matchy-matchy your corners. You can do one little round, one big round. You do you. So that one's already rounded. That one can stay square. This one's a little notebook. Let's do, see, I don't want to do rounded up here, but I can do rounded down here. And we're going to do a medium round, because this has got the square bit. So let's just do medium down here. There we go. Okay. That and that. I kind of like it when this goes this way, and then that way, and then that way, and then that way. See, and I even have this like rounded, and it's not supposed to be. Well, that's a pocket. It can be. And then let's do a little rounded here. And a little rounded here, and we'll have to hit this with the black again, which is fine. Okay, so let's hit this with a little black. There we go. All right. I wanted this to be this way. I wonder if it, no, it won't fit in there. But it's okay. There we go. Yeah, because I want that there. This here. This here. And I need that parchment back because we're going to put our little charm guy. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to clip it in there. maybe. Maybe I'm going to clip it in there. Oh, that got bent under. There we go. Let's just do it like this. There we go. I just want it to hold it. I don't need it to be perfect. Okay, I got my little snips right here. And so if you weren't here earlier, I built this out of a little charm. There's a little whatchamabobber inside here. Where's my little not pliers. I don't like it when I'm disorganized like this. I don't like it when it's chaos. It drives me a little crazy. There we go. So there's a little gear behind, and then there's a gear in the middle, and then I put this on the back side so it kind of filled it in a little bit more. I glued it all down, and I think the glue is mostly dry. So I just wanted it to have something to adhere to. I need these little snips. So I'm going to snip this fabric off around the edge. And I have to bring it up to close. I suppose I can do it like this. I'm just snipping this off. It doesn't need to be pretty because no one's going to see it. I just want the excess off, so it doesn't come through the sides. Okay, there. Now we should be able to put him down right there. Yep. So now when I glue this down, the glue won't just all go through. Okay, I don't want to use art glitter glue. I want to use Fabri-Tac. Art glitter glue is great for a lot of stuff, but fabric to metal, not so much. So we're just going to put this here. And then set it kind of kitty wampus, just a little. And we're going to make sure this guy still can move. Yep. I want him to have some moving bits in him. Okay, and then I'm going to take this off. Flip this over. There we go. Now, I take this, give it a squish, and then we're going to take, what do I have that's round? I used to have a quarter on my desk, but I don't anymore, but I do have this. Is that going to fit inside there? No. Maybe I still have a quarter in my bin. Hang on a second. Quarter, nickel, anything big. Penny would work. Maybe. All kinds of junk in here. Here we go. Here's a quarter. So we're going to take the quarter and we'll put it there, and then we're going to take this clamp and we're going to clamp that in there. so that way it pushes it together. Okay. While we're waiting, oh, there's my black thread. No wonder I couldn't find it. Okay. This is like the catch-all where I don't know. I feel like I'm the only person that has this. Where I put just all my random stuff. I mean, this is for when Rhea comes in the studio. It's a little cat laser, and you know, just because she doesn't come in here very often, I usually kind of shoo her out, and she doesn't like it in here because it smells funny. And just looks at me, Mom. I don't wanna. Okay, you don't have to. These need to go in the drawer. Put those over there, and then this stuff goes in there. I might still need this, but I can always pull it out. This goes in the toolbox. So I'm just trying to find my desk so I can stamp this done. Okay, so we need, and I need the, there it is. Okay, so we're gonna take the purple, we're gonna take the stamps and sign off on. So I do 3 stamps in every journal that I consider complete. I can zhuzh it up some more, but this is done for me. And so I go in and I find a nondescript place for me to leave a mark. One is a dragonfly. Excuse me. And usually that gets done in purple. Where is my purple? There it is. So, and I make sure I don't get the edges because I've been doing that lately. So the dragonfly. Okay. And then this is the number 73. So I need something kind of hard to do this on. Let's just use this. There we go. And then we do the dragon. The dragon is usually done in black. So if you see a journal and it doesn't have all 3 things in it, that means it's either not done or I didn't do it. We're going to go all the way to the back. We're going to put it right down here. And I just put, it's nondescript. No one's ever really going to notice. But this is from an old job that I used to have. This I got at a garage sale, and I love dragonflies because they're like dragons. And they're also really cool if you know anything about dragons or dragonflies. If you don't, look it up because it's pretty cool. All right, now we're gonna put the little dragon, and this used to be Clara's stamp. So, and I always seem to have her with me, so it just seems appropriate to use her stamp. It's one of them. I think I gave the other ones away. There was like 3 of them, 3 or 4 of them. Okay, so let's close this up, and I don't know what we're doing here. There we go. Let's close this up, and I'm going to clear off the table real quick, and then we'll do a flip through. Okay, I think this should be pretty much set up. Still a little sticky, so we're just going to put this there like that. My quarter worked. I'm going to put that in that cup so I can find it again. And then this is one of the ribbon pins, which I found like 6 of them on the floor this morning. When I came up, I stepped on one. So I made sure there was none left. I took a magnet and cleaned up the floor. Okay, these all go in here. This goes in here. This goes over here. I still need to like totally clean, like deep clean. And I say deep clean, meaning I want to take everything off my desk and wipe it down again, because I've noticed it's getting a little dusty in here again. They've been doing some construction here, and I put up curtains so I could control the light a little better. Not that I'm trying to tell Mother Nature what to do. I just don't like it when she shines in my eyes. And this way I can be up in my studio and I have a little bit more quiet around me. I can control the quiet. So where do you guys work? Do you have a studio? Do you have a special place? Or, you know, even if it's a special place that you create every time you create on your kitchen table, you know, or your dining room table. I told myself if I ever had to move into an apartment again, and I had a partner, I would be like, okay, this is my creative space, even if it's a cabinet that has a desk that flips out. You know, it's just like I have to have a creative space. It's what got me through the last 2.5 years. So it's being able to be creative and not lose my ever-loving mind, because, you know, sometimes life gets lifey and you don't know which way is up. Okay, we're gonna put that back on there. Okay, we're gonna put these in the stamp bin, which I have a bin that I put all my stamps in. I'm supposed to put them away when I'm all done. Does that happen? Rarely. Okay, so this one a little longer than planned. That's because I got to do more stuff and that I anticipated, which is great because I love it when I can go into a little bit more detail. Okay, we'll put these in front, but I'm hungry. Lunch was supposed to be like an hour ago. I got hard-boiled eggs downstairs waiting for me with my name on them. And yes, I am a meat eater, sort of. I eat chicken and eggs and cheese. I very rarely eat pork or beef, just for the simple fact that it's so expensive. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to have a steak, but that's not in the cards for me right now. Okay, so we're gonna put this back and we're gonna bring out the white background so you can see all the details. Excuse me. Hang on, I'm gonna get a drink of water before we do the flip through. right? You'd think beef is very expensive, and you think we're in the middle of like cattle country. But I did find a farmer that I buy from, and yes, it's expensive, but it tastes so good. All right, let's. Oh, I was gonna record this part. Let's see. I'm gonna hit this with the hairdryer real quick because it's still a little tacky. Give me a moment. All right, hang on. I want to record this little bit because the rest of it I can do YouTube shorts inside of the YouTube. But if I want to post it anywhere else, I have to have it recorded. So bring my mouse back. That is one project I am going to do today. I am going to make my laptop a little more accessible to me. So here's what we created today on the first day of Journals in 30 Days. And I think it turned out really cute. I think I hit the boho eclectic look. I tried to use as much bright colors as I could. I don't have a lot, so I'm just gonna roll with it. But this little guy, he's got a lot of movement to him. He's got a key so he can unlock his thoughts because he dreams. And open up the Velcro. We've got pockets here and a tag. There we go. That has a belly band. And there's 2 more pockets here to stick little notes in. And we flip them open, and here's a little notebook, little notepad, and a little flip out, another little flip out, and then this is a hidden paper clip, and this has a whole bunch of little journaling spots or spots that you want to write notes in, and then this just keeps it all together. You can switch this out to anything you want if you wish. And then this, I love this, pretty girl sauce. So I had to put a picture of a pretty girl next to it. I had to, it had to happen. And then more journaling space. And then this is a triple flip or double flip. So you flip it out and you flip it out. So you got a nice big space to journal there, but it got a little bulky. So we put this letter P on here, and we can change that out to anything. In fact, I could do it now, but I don't want to. I will leave that to you to do. If you want to change it, if your name is Betty or Beatrice, there you go. Or it could be B for Bonita. Because isn't that girl in Espanol? I don't know. But another tag with a belly band and journaling space. This is an envelope, so it gives you lots of space to put things in. Another flip out space. And then some dark. I wanted to kind of bring in this blue, make it not seem so unbalanced. But here's the fun part. We get to do flip and flip and flip and flip and flip and flip. It just goes on. It's the notebook that never ends. Oh yeah, it does. It'll end right here. But this is from my Butterfly Fairy Garden set that I will have on my Ko-Fi shortly. So, and then these dot pages are on my Ko-fi, coffee, whatever. This is some vintage paper. This paper is also on Ko-fi, coffee. This is a freebie. The dots are a freebie. And then this is a scrap of some scrapbook paper that I've had for a while. And then we've got a little tuck spot back here. So there is a, you know what I want to do? I do want to do something really, really quick. I want to just put a little thing right here, just a little. So no, I don't want to use that paper. I want to put something, let's just put this right here. No, I don't like that. Let's do this. We'll do this. Another little journaling space. Here's my decal. My decal cutter. I have been using this like crazy. And it is available at the Painted Raven. She has all the Tim Holtz stuff available to her now. I'm so excited. I can't go in there with any kind of, I leave my credit cards at home. And if I have some cash, that's what I use. All right, so we're gonna put this right here. So there's a little pocket. There we go. So there's a little piece of paper there that's kind of fun to write on. We'll stick him back in there. And then we have this big pocket right here. So you can have your tags sticking out, or you can have, like, you can push them all the way down, but I like them when they stick out because it makes it fun. So that way we can flippity floppity doodah all the way home. There we go. And then we close it up. This goes here, this goes here. There we go. And the back is a fun batik. And I'll need to hit this with some tape because it's got all the frays from working with canvas and all the other little things that I've been working on lately. There we go. That is all clean. So this is batik, hand dyed. You got some really cool gold thread around the edges. That's why I use the gold thread here to kind of tie it all together. I think it's fun. I might actually put another dot here, but I think that'll hold it. Yeah, it's holding it. Okay, cool. There we go. So there you go. This is the first journal of the 30-day journey of a journal a day. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, please share it out there with a friend because sharing is caring, and it also helps me get more people to hang out with and learn with and maybe impart some of my knowledge too. So I will catch you in the next one. Have a great day. Always remember, be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness.